Okay. Okay, it's not capturing my music. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Well, we get to figure that out. That's going to be fun. A bit of live troubleshooting. Okay, what the heck? Still not showing up on OBS. Oh, because it's Chrome audio or desktop audio. We'll add Spotify there. There we go. Now it's showing up. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're calling that browser. A little loud. I think right there sounds okay. Does that sound okay? Palms check. I think right there sounds okay. Does that sound okay? There might even be a little quiet. We'll roll with that for now. Okay. Okay, what are we doing today? Noise. That's what we're doing today. I'm going to be trying to implement some of the fast noise functions because I have made some decisions in regards to what I'll be calling vertex data. Now, I think I wrote about 6 pages worth of notes yesterday when I was working through this problem. And the problem is, how am I going to store physical material information? And I'm going to use the term physical material. Day 4, welcome in. Hello. Happy Sunday. Sunday morning for me. Sunday morning game dev. And yeah, I'm just talking about for my procedural terrain, I want to have material information. Now, not just material as in like Unreal Engine material graph material, but material as in the physical material, like what the surface and subsurface are made up of. Now, what I have right now is I just have a material graph running and rendering, you know, this right here. And so you would think that this is rock, this is dirt, you know, but right now that means nothing. That means absolutely nothing. And I want that to mean something. So that means I need to encode that data. And there were multiple options I could do. You know, I could just create all that through the material graph and like have this be an equation, have some noise in the material that kind of determines this. And that was one option. But I also need this kind of information. The console log looks spooky to me. Yeah, just a bunch of compute shaders running as the terrain chunks finish and whatnot. Nothing too scary. But yeah, I want this to actually be encoded into some data so that I can, because I need to do things with it, right? I need to, you know, the simplest thing I need to do with it is, you know, I just want some different footstep sounds for when a player's walking on dirt versus grass. And that's something that a lot of people do in games, and in Unreal Engine, usually how that's done is through what's called a physical material. And what you can do is you can just line trace against any mesh, and you can get the material that the mesh is rendering. Now, what happens if you have multiple textures within a material? It gets more complicated, because by default, you can only put one physical material on a material in Unreal Engine. There are some other ways. There's like physical material masks, and then there's material layering that you can do to get multiple physical materials. Is there fall damage implemented? Not yet. You just kind of ragdoll whenever you fall too far. But yeah, there's nothing down there. We're not rendering the rest of the world at the moment. So yeah, we could have used physical materials. Now, I'm kind of doing this on hard mode because I have some terrain chunks over here that aren't actually built yet, as in like, I have the data generated for them, but there's no mesh there actually, like there is here. So if I turn on collision, like there's collision on all this. All these verts are the collision, but there's no collision outside of that. And I'm doing that to save on memory. So all I'm doing is I'm saving the vertex and index buffers. So like the vertices, which is the locations of each point here, and then I'm storing the indices, which are make up the triangles. And with that, I can just export that to the nav mesh, and the nav mesh knows how to build based off of that. Now, I want to have as much of the world rendered as possible. This is the world right now. I think we're only probably rendering like a little circle like this big. But I want to get, I shouldn't say rendered. I want as much of the world simulating as possible for Colony Sim. Does the nav mesh work inside the noodles? It does. I am happy to inform you that the noodles are walkable. And so an AI could navigate through here, could pathfind through here, which is really fucking cool. And it'll be even cooler once I get some PCG spawned under there and stuff. Welcome in, Ice Creek. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. But yeah, it's all navigable, which is really cool. And like I was saying, I want as much of the world simulating as possible. So keeping the meshes themselves in memory. I was doing a bunch of tests over the weekend. It takes up a lot of memory. Thank you for the follow, mate. Appreciate that. Welcome in. And this is for my colony sim part, because I want the colonies actually running, and I want your colonists moving around. I want them in combat, all when there's not actually a mesh or any collision generated, because the collision takes up memory, the mesh takes up memory. So I really gotta figure out how to save as much memory as possible. So that's actually what this little test is here, and this may look simple, but what this is doing is actually you see, it's isolating the triangle that I'm on, and also it's getting the current location. And so this is doing a line trace, but with no collision. There is no collision settings involved in this, which is, you know, how you'd normally do it in Unreal Engine to get the physical material from the material. So this is actually, this exact thing that's happening here is going to work out here. And you can see some more coming online now. Very laggy as the nav mesh generates, but so yeah, this is actually a big deal, and it's happening. I was doing some performance testing yesterday. It's happening. I was seeing like 150 microseconds for a standard case, and then worst case scenario like 350 microseconds. And it can happen entirely on a background thread too. Like this isn't constrained by the game thread whatsoever. So that's huge. So that means I can actually one, move my entities around and keep them on the ground. I can use it as like a faux gravity. And so this is actually not doing a line trace at all, but it's just doing math. It's just doing a line triangle intersection, some math. Thanks, shout out to Gemini 2.5 for helping me with that. But yeah, so that's huge. And the fact that it runs performantly means that when entities are walking around, I can have their move speed changed based off of what physical material they're on. And that's massive. That's massive. Because that is one of the things, that is one of the requirements that I was giving myself here. because I want like I want the player to be able to like build paths and stuff like that, and I want that to actually matter. So I'm going to give that like a little movement bonus. You know, like maybe you put down a path and 10% move speed increase when you're walking on it or something like that, you know? So that's huge that we can do that, and we don't actually need anything generated or built, I should say. So that's a huge bit right there. Now, another thing we have is deformable terrain. And that was actually giving me the biggest headache when I was thinking, not headache, but that was one of the biggest considerations, because effectively what we need is we need this data as to like whether or not this is dirt or stone. I need that whenever like a player or an entity, you know, hits it with their pickaxe, because you would expect dirt to react differently than stone. So I need that information ready, right? Can't be well, we'll see. I'm gonna all this is suffice to say that I'm gonna implement some noise on the CPU to determine the physical material inside the terrain surface. So maybe I'll be able to just query that algorithm for specific points. The triangle math, is that for pathfinding? Just for line tracing. The pathfinding is still just the built-in. So here's that math real quick. But there's actually a built-in function for it, which is crazy. So there's the math right there. And yeah, Gemini was the one who actually told me about this function. I was like, oh shit, I can just use that. Yeah, segment, triangle, intersection. Pass it the line start and end. You pass it the vertices of the triangle and the output location and normal. So yeah, that's just for line tracing, and that's for me to determine like what type of surface the entity is on. Line trace from where to where. I'm just doing from like basically his crotch to slightly below his feet. Yeah, so I'm doing actor location, which is right at the center, which is his crotch, and then minus 95, which is the radius. And so it's actually slightly optimized because it just returns the first hit. So if you needed like, so it's more performant than a normal line trace. Like if you're doing both on a game thread, if both have to happen on the game thread, I'm not actually sure. Because I know the line trace, you know, that goes through collision, which means it's probably querying against a spatial data structure like BVH or AABB or something like that, you know? Which I could probably store my vertices in that kind of data structure too if I needed that performance, but the biggest performance benefit of this, what's happening right here, is that it can happen entirely on a background thread. Like I know there's a lot of collision things in Unreal Engine. I'm not sure if line traces need to happen on the game thread or not. But there's a lot of collision things that can't happen on the background thread, and that's one of the main benefits of this. So I don't know, like, one-to-one, is it more performant? I don't know. But it's more performant for me, because I don't need collision at all. I don't need collision settings. Like, there's no collision here. So, and I can still use it to query the, what do I say here? The shape of the mesh, effectively. So that's really cool. And if I need more performance, I'll look into storing it in a spatial data structure so that I can even more effectively query it, but this is working for now. That's working for now. How do you avoid clipping without collision? I don't. I don't at all. So they're just going to move around and rely on the nav mesh. So they will never not be on the nav mesh. And the entities, they're not actors. They don't have collision themselves either. So they're just little bits of data moving around as a part of the ECS system. And then I'll be doing that line trace to make sure that they stay on the ground, you know. The similar thing, the last player to do teleportation. Yeah. To avoid spawning midair. Yeah. But yeah, we definitely need to do some more testing. I haven't actually gotten the ECS system to spawn in the procedural world yet. I was working on that like months ago. So we'll get that going soon. And I want things like, yeah, we're going to do like some vertex painting as well, which is where you assign colors to the vertices of a mesh. That is information I will need to store as well. So not only are we going to be storing the physical material of each vertex, but we are also going to be storing potentially anything painted onto the surface of it. So I'm thinking like I might have a bug-like race that like kind of spawns creep like a Zerg in StarCraft. I think that's really cool. And then maybe they move faster on that creep and everyone else moves slower on that creep. And that's going to be like painted onto the surface. And so I will need to, when I say painted, I just mean like painted. So we'll be assigning colors to the vertex, the vertices. And then in the material, you'll use those vertex colors to assign things to it. But yeah, that is information that I will need to store and save at all times. Now, the next question is, do I need that physical material information? Do I need to store that? Do I need to store that? I'm thinking I actually think we can get away with like an int 8 value, which is 1 byte. 2 of them representing the IDs of materials, physical materials. So like dirt and grass, right? And then a float value for the blend alpha between the two. Maybe some more data, we'll see. And yeah, if the CPU algorithm is fast enough that I can run it, I would say like under a millisecond, we'll say, then I don't think I'll need to store the information, because I can just query the algorithm for a certain point in space and it would give me the output materials. Unless the player has placed something there or has placed something there, or like something got painted there. Which would be what the other data structure for vertex paint and stuff is for. Yeah, and if it's not fast enough, I'm probably going to need to rely on LRU caching the inactive chunks, so that you know, it's a big world, and I guarantee you I'm going to have to do this. But there are going to be some hotspots, and there's going to be some not so hotspots for NPC activity, and I think I'll use the colonists as kind of you could think of them at like nav invokers. But it's more so like terrain generation invokers. And then that way we can maybe serialize some of the chunks, you know, just write them out the disk and free up some memory that way. But yeah, like whenever you deform the terrain, I'm gonna need to like query, like if you imagine, go over to our other, if you imagine like the player hitting like this section right here with a pickaxe, like right here, right? There's some dirt, there's some stone. You want that to behave differently. And also depending on the pickaxe. So I will probably need to query for all of the verts affected by the deformation shape, whatever shape that might be. And then we'll need to figure out the new vertices and the new vertex information, the new vertex data. Like what physical material is underneath this? Is it more dirt or is it stone, you know? And so that's going to need to happen at runtime. And that's kind of like the biggest, if I didn't need to have this updated at runtime, it would be a lot simpler. And so yeah, I was looking into some noise functions, you know, because I have compute shaders running right now, and I'm using the compute shader noise function for generating the meshes. And there's also a noise function in the materials, which is similar to basically the same thing as what I use in the compute shaders, but there's no just like CPU equivalent of that. Unreal Engine does have some built-in noise functions, some simplex, some Perlin. Well, no simplex. They just have like Perlin and Voronoi, I think, built into the CPU. So, and I've always wanted to try the fast noise plugin, so I think that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm gonna get that plugin installed. I know there's an Unreal Engine fork of it. I don't know if I'll use that one or just the C++ one. Probably just use the Unreal one. And yeah, we'll start playing around with that. It's actually pretty cool. I was playing around with it last night. There's like a tool that they have that you can just use to generate. Let me see here. Where did I put it? Okay, check this out. Reset. Like this is these are the plugin functions. Like each of these little nodes here are functions within the plugin. And then this is like a tool to like test it, to like play around with it. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And then they have where's reset at? Reset. Yeah. And then here's the cellular caves, which is pretty cool as well. Yeah, so all Minecrafty, but noise is noise, so I can use it to my liking as well. So yeah, pretty cool what this plugin is capable of, and apparently it uses some CPU optimizations to make it run faster, which is cool. So yeah, we're gonna be playing around with that today. Will the player be encouraged to micromanage the colony, or is the colony self-sufficient? Yeah, lots of gameplay decisions to make there. It's gonna be interesting because a lot of colony sims, you have that omniscient, you know, top-down kind of perspective, so the micromanaging is a lot easier. So there's going to be some challenges there to translating that to third person. But I'm kind of thinking something similar to RimWorld, where it's like you just kind of set up your colonists' like priorities, and then depending on their priorities and the state of the colony, you know, they're deciding what they do based off of that. So a little bit of both, hopefully. So I definitely don't want to make it feel like the player can't leave the colony at all, or else the colony's going to fail. Because I want them to be able to go out in the world and explore and do quests and stuff like that. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of game design and gameplay decisions to make there. And then I still need to figure out what I'm going to do about PCG. Spawning all this stuff here. Did I break that? Let's see if I broke that or not. I guess it's working. Definitely runs a bit slower. I definitely broke my foliage. There's supposed to be a lot more foliage here. Yeah, and I know, like, RPG plus Colony Sim, like, a lot of people are not going to like the Colony Sim part of it, so I am going to try and make it in a way to where you don't even need to run a colony if you don't want to. You can just run around in the world and do stuff. And so I'm hoping it's kind of a system that you can engage with as much as you'd like, and that there are some things within the Colony Sim system that encourage you to do it. Is Pal World considered a Colony Sim? I would think so. Yeah, a little bit. It's pretty Colony Sim light, I would say, but yeah. I would say so. Survival-based building Colony Sim. Trees don't make no sense. Man, Game Freak really dropped the ball on not making a Pal World before Pal World came out. Like, That was just like, that was a combo that was ripe for the taking. And I can't believe, I mean, I didn't think about it before either, so can't be too harsh on them. But the Pokemon devs should have already been on that. So yeah, anything else I want to mention before I start digging into this? Yeah, I guess another consideration I was making was that for PCG spawning, I sampled points in the same way, where I query the vertices rather than doing collision. Because like base PCG pretty much relies on collision to generate points properly. I really like the idea of Valheim plus NPC workers. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm going for. That and like all these survival games, like the one thing that I do love survival games, but like the one thing that always disappoints me is that the player skill progression, ability progression is kind of lackluster. And I want like talent trees and stuff like that. Like here's my shitty talent tree. I want a bunch of abilities to choose from. I want different classes. I want talent trees. You know, I want different builds. And so that's what I'm trying to bring to the table as well. That's the RPG part of RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. But yeah, like the points I'm sampling from non-collision as well. Oh God, it's just so laggy. And you can see I have some trees that are just not spawning probably where they should. Like there's trees spawning underground. That doesn't make sense. So some of the data that I'll be storing should hopefully address that a little bit, so that I can get this little data structure in PCG as well and make some decisions off of it as to what should spawn. Now, am I specifically going to need a data bit that says this came from cave noise, or this came from height map noise? Or can I just rely on what the physical material is? Like, you know, would there ever be grass underground? No, I don't know. Maybe we have specific material. And honestly, like, I have a lot of data. Let me look here. So I was doing some math on the output data. I definitely need 2 IDs. And I did int 8, and that's 256 values, right? How many values for int 8? That's 256, right? Well, negative, for assigned integer, 256 different values. Yeah. So I have 256 different values for each of these data bits. So I can probably have, like, you know, if it's negative, it's underground. If it's positive, it's not. I enjoy when talent trees are so big that you can theory craft new metas. Exactly, me too. And I'm hoping that the roguelite part of it encourages that as well, because you will restart from level 1, right? And then I want random abilities, kind of like, you know, every couple levels I'm thinking you pick between like 3 random abilities or something like that. And hopefully that means that it's a new build each time, and then each time you're kind of theory crafting, you know, what talents can I use with the abilities that I've gotten, and it'll make it hard to be like meta. You know what I mean? It'll make it hard to min-max perfectly, but it's more like mid-maxing with what you got. That's what I like about games. Path of Exile skill tree coming up, dude. I wish. That's a little bit too much, I think. I'm just gonna go for like a vanilla WoW skill tree at first, and then go from there. Maybe make it a little bit more flashy. Welcome to Frades. Speaking of Frades, Hades is the roguelite that I would one of my favorites. And I do I like the way that the gods play into the power and stuff like that. And I will have gods in my game. I think it's a great way to like kind of explain gameplay limitations and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm hoping the roguelite part of it is fun, and then that'll kind of play into the colony sim a little bit, because when you start over, I'm planning on having like a bit of a time skip happen, just a little bit, depending on, you know, maybe how bad your death is. I don't know, but like how well you've set your colony up will determine what state it's in when you revive. And, you know, maybe if you had a bunch of crafters in your colony, when you revive, they can make gear for you, or you can have some gear pre-made so that, like, the next time, your next run, you kind of have better gear, and your run is a little bit faster. So there's a little bit of meta progression there. And then maybe if you didn't set up your colony very well to defend itself, maybe your colony's fucking dead by the time you come back, you know? I kind of want that high stakes to be a part of the game as well. One of the things I love about RimWorld so much. How's the music volume, by the way? I reset some of my audio settings. Is it too loud? So yeah, I can't wait to get into that stuff. That's gonna be fun. I don't really have any actual gameplay yet. Oh no. Oh no. There I go. Super realistic falling. I'm usually very picky with audio. Haven't noticed anything annoying here yet. Well, that's good to hear. I'm terrible when it comes to audio settings, so having someone who's picky about it would actually be beneficial to me. I just hate the way you have to test it, like when you're streaming, like you kind of have to like stop and listen. Then I also, this is fun. I have procedural tree chopping. So like, if I can actually hit it, the animation's really bad. But yeah, wherever you hit it, it like actually dynamically will chop it there. And then when you get all the way through it, when you get all the way through it, you'll get some wood. And that is commensurate to the area of the chopped trunk. That's really cool. You definitely want to have Valheim-esque tree dominoes. That's a really fun system in Valheim, making tree chopping like really fun actually. Because in a lot of games they just like they chop at the same location. It's just the same animation or whatever. And then they just do some like non-collision fall and then they just disappear. Does it fall faster when you chop on both sides versus just one side? Right now I think it would. I've only just kind of like proof of concept that. You can see there's some issues. But I'm hoping to have like axe stats, right? And so different axes that you find in the world will maybe have different chop depths and chopping abilities and stuff like that. And so and then different trees will have, you know, be harder to chop or easier to chop. And so hopefully that is what affects the depth of the chop. And so in the future, I would think, no, it wouldn't matter if you're on one side versus two sides. The only thing that would matter would be like what direction it falls, I would think. But right now it does matter. This one's just a one-hitter. Just kind of a proof of concepted system. Not the physics are kind of shitty too. Because it's a dynamic mesh, so it's kind of makes the physics act quite weird. Because it's like a generated collision and stuff. I actually have a crazy idea for wood cutting that might be a horrible idea. I love that. Let's hear it. And then I think my mushrooms are broken. Yep, okay, the mushrooms are broken. Can I recover though? No, I can't. That's okay. We're gonna switch over to implementing the fast noise thing. So let's do that. In order to transport your wood, you need a cart instead of just going into your inventory. So, yes. That's not a crazy or horrible idea. My plan was like, right now, I just put the wood in your inventory, but in the future, I want you to actually have to process the wood. Like, I want the colonists to have to take that log to like a sawmill or something, a lumber mill, and actually process it into planks before you can do anything with it. And I want them to have to take it to like a lumber pile or something, or some sort of storage area. And so you can have like, you know, one colonist doing work in the sawmill. You can have a couple colonists out chopping wood, and then maybe you can have a couple colonists just hauling the logs back and forth. And yeah, parts are something. There was a game called what was it, Dawn of Man or Age of Man? It was like a prehistoric colony sim, and you could set up like a cart builder or like a basket builder, I don't know what to call it, like a little shop or whatever, and you'd have one colonist like making carts, and then the carts would actually allow the colonists to haul more stuff from like out in the world. So yeah, that's definitely something I could see myself doing. But yeah, let's get this plugin going. Noise. Here we go. I think I should probably start with, let's just start with the Unreal Engine one. Just because I know that that'll probably work. Let's just give me the zip. We're just gonna throw that in our own. We're just gonna throw that into our own project folder. My project, source, my project. Wait, there's a plugins folder, right? Yeah, plugins. Throw it in there. Okay. Do I need to regen files or anything? Wait, where's my regen? Oh, it's already doing it, I think. I also think it would be cool to have a colonist's strength stat to be related to how much they can carry. You know, maybe you have like one Hercules ass colonist who can carry an entire tree trunk by himself. Oh boy. Yeah, let's version all those. There we go. Okay, it took a second. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit in there, isn't there? Be funny if their strength stat gradually decreases if you put them on a less physically intense job. Yeah, RimWorld has a system like that, where especially at higher skill levels, it's more like for them it's more like skills, not just stats. Because in RimWorld the skills are like, you've got a mining skill, you've got a crafting skill, you've got a cooking skill, a plants skill, and then it uses those skill levels to determine how good those colonists are at that job. But I'm also going to have like stat attributes, like your traditional RPG, strength, stamina, agility, intellect, you know, that kind of stuff. And so I'll have to figure out how I want those two systems to combine together. But yeah, I could definitely, I don't know if attributes, if that would be a good idea, for at least for what I'm going for. Because that's like, strength can come from like gear as well, right? Because that'll affect your damage. But maybe colonists work differently than players. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out as we go. Okay, so that plugin is in. And I suppose I need to, like, add that. Let's go ahead and create a little class. So what do I want this class to be? I need maybe like a subsystem for generating the physical material noise. And so we just need some 3D noise at first. Probably just some 3D simplex. And I'm just trying to think of like how I want that to be generated. I guess like a subsystem, I could do it similar to the height map generator, I think would be the best choice. Let's go ahead and copy the height map generator, actually. Put in terrain. Yeah, let's duplicate that. Can I not duplicate that? So I have to copy, paste. Height map generator. Do I want this called like physical material generator? Or maybe I can just call this noise generator. Let's just call it physical material generator. Okay, so where's height map? Close the other tabs and actually pin that. Height map generator. Okay, we're gonna copy this boy too. Okay. So let's start slicing this up. Well, I guess we can do a control R here. EU physical material generator. Same thing here. And I'll need to make sure the generated file is the same. Yep, okay. All right. What do I need? I don't need the compute shader processor, so let's get rid of that. Or the spline distance calculator, at least for now. Get rid of those. The world map and biome, yeah. That's going to be interesting if I want to end up having the biome influence the physical. I think I will eventually. That's definitely not going to be a first pass kind of thing. Okay. Terrain gen params. Yeah, I think I will need that as well. Spline calc finish delegate, no. Height map noise data map. Yeah, so this height map data, this is actually going to be the vertex data, so we're gonna get rid of that. And I think I already created F vertex data. Didn't I create it already? Oh, this commit's so big. Maybe I should have called this vertex data generator. Where is it? Terrain vertex data. Okay. That's what I called it. Include that. Yeah, am I gonna need delegates and stuff? I don't know. Let's just get rid of it for now. Generate. Yeah, we're just gonna do it synchronously for now. Honestly, yeah, let's just rip out all the guts, honestly. Honestly. Get height map noise data. That'll be, well, let's rename that. Terrain vertex data map. Yep. Chunks done generating. Yeah, we'll probably want that. Compute shader finish delegate. Don't need that anymore. F. Terrain vertex data. Blind calc finish, get rid of that. Map shader finish, get rid of that. Neighbor chunk looks, we can keep that one. Probably should pop that out into a utils file. Get rid of that guy too. Yeah, let's pop that out into a utils file. We're just gonna have to shoehorn it into my ever-growing my generic utils. Why not? We'll throw it in here. I will need an additional parameter for F for range in params. Make that static, yep. Okay, so delete that, and then let's also go back into the height map generator and update that usage real quick. What was it, neighbor? If I can spell neighbor chunk loads. There we go. Then we can delete this function. Easy. Okay, and now we can reuse that. Excuse me. Height map shader finished. We don't have that. Handle spline calc finished. Yeah, I don't even know why I copied the class. We're ripping everything out. On serialize, yeah, rip that out too. Although, yeah, some of this is still relevant, slightly. Let's just comment it out for now. Yeah, we will need the save game object here, I believe. For serialization purposes. Okay, so we have the chunk coordinate to generate for. Let's change the name of this. Generate height map. Generate vertex data. Whoops. Oh my god, what am I pressing here? Generate vertex data. Okay. We have the chunk coordinate to generate for, the LOD of that coordinate, and then the terrain gen params. Which will give me like the resolution information based off of the LOD here. Yeah. Okay. I want to see if this compiles real quick before I continue. Interested to see if that plugin got added correctly. Get point attribute value. Am I even using this anywhere? No. No usages. Oh well, it's there if I need it. So far, so good. A bunch of warnings. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I just gotta import some stuff here. Can I forward declare? That probably means I need to import it here. Why is that? I don't need the compute shader processor here at all. I hate how imports like transitively import things. And so like I was importing the compute shader processor there, and Ryder was like, yeah, we're using that for something. Because I guess one of that had an import that I need. Okay, this compiled. I guess we'll see if it boots up. I don't think I've actually added it to the plugin settings though. Yeah, I need to actually add it to the build and stuff, but we'll do that automatically when we get in here. Yeah, we're looking good for now. Okay, so I have a terrain chunk here. Give me some space. There we go. I have a terrain chunk here. Generate vertex data. So the first thing I need to do is figure out what resolution this is at. And I know I have some functions for that. Get num squared chunks visible. We're multiplying by scale here. I just need grid size, right? Yeah, num square verts per chunk divided by the LOD. Yeah, okay, so what we'll need to do is in terrain gen params dot get grid size of this LOD. So this is going to be like our xtense. Okay, so that built, cool. This is going to be our xtense number. We're just gonna call this size for now, and then should we just pack this now? I guess we're gonna need to do a triple for loop. And this is going to be, let me redo that. This is going to be Z size. Now, do I need to do -1 there? That is going to be, oh no, we do the +1 here. So 240 divided by 6 plus 1. Okay, 41. Perfect. That's actually what I want. Okay. Another 4i for y, the y direction. Also size, also in 32. Another 4i for x. Also size, and in 32. Cool. Okay, so let's figure out. Let me go back to that plugin documentation. Where is that? Is it? Oh, I put that somewhere else, didn't I? You're gonna go up there for now. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, where are my function docs? The documentation. Nice. Just show me the functions, please. Getting started. Yeah. Include it and add a reference to it. Alright, I have 2 my shaders. Okay. Did we not include it? Oh no, we gotta, yeah, think the projects and whatnot. There we go. Okay. Nice. Yeah, we just want a nice simplex. Now, fuck, okay, what do all these mean? What does it all mean, Basil? Open simplex 2. Open simplex 2s. Basic generators. Okay, simplex is not. Can you just tell me like what is available to me? Coherent noise. There we go. Okay, this is just telling me like the base noises though. Like what are the individual versions of the noise? Back. Nice fact, okay. Generate noise. Oh, hey, I have that. Cool. Uniform grid 3D. Yeah, let me just see what I got here. Auto, noise, funk, noise. I'll just call it noise. Noise, and then in here, noise. Gin position array 3D, gin, single 3D, uniform grid 3D. Is that what we were using? Gin uniform. It said gin uniform grid 3D. Process voxel data, noise output. Can you explain the breakdown between, like, the different noises? Nice benchmarking. Okay, maybe the old versions of it. Yeah, where is the... Did I... Yeah, here's like the first one. God damn, look how much higher that is. That's crazy. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this library has some pretty sweet capabilities. I'm excited to learn how to use it. Yeah, if I could just have a breakdown between what the different noises mean. Maybe I'll just have to look that up. For now, let's just like get something working, I suppose. Exposition array. So I guess it probably generates it all up front. Gen, uniform grid, yeah, 3D. And then we need a float array. I don't think I can use a T array here. Go back to the docs. Wiki. Getting started. Gotta use the standard vector. Fun stuff. Size times size times size. Cool. Noise output. Size. 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 What are your other params? Start. Oh, is that position? I think it's probably position. Frequency and seed. Okay, so I do have the seed on the world map, so that's cool. Oh my god, come on, Ryder. So we need the position start. And I suppose this is going to be what coordinate space is this going to be in? Needs to be based off the chunk chord, of course. But it needs to be chunk chord, I'm thinking times... No, I don't think we want the world side, do we? Maybe let's just use the world location and see what happens. No, because it's only going to move over like 1 for each one. Yeah, no, world size is not going to work. We need like the local size. So we need essentially chunk chord times size. Yeah, I think. No, not scale. Yeah, because times size is going to move it over that number. Yeah. Okay, and then I want to center it as well. So times size minus size divided by 2 to center it. It should be an int. Why does it have the XYZ start all this in different? Okay, he's doing them the same at 0. So I think start could be the same for me as well. There we go. Why are you mad at start? Because it's a oh, it's a vector, right? Okay. Oh, right. Okay, so start is yeah. That makes sense. That'll just get automatically coerced to an int, right? Or is it mad at me for that? What else do I need? Frequency. What are you passing in as frequency? 0.2f. Okay, we'll just steal that. Cool. Noise output. Okay, didn't like that. Oh, dot data. Okay. I have no idea how to use like the base C++. Like data structures. Size, noise, okay. Put the size and start up there. Okay. Okay, so that's a thing. And so now I need like an output data here. I suppose I'm going to be storing this in this subsystem to cache it. So terrain vertex data map, find or add, f vector. Yeah, we're no longer storing by vector 2D. We're doing that for height map because, of course, there's only the height map is 2D. So chunk coordinates, okay, and then we have the f terrain vertex data. Let's get the ref. Okay, and so we're just going to iterate through each one of those. Did I put anything in here? I didn't. Okay, let's put, what am I using this for? We just have noise, and I have no way to actually visualize what the output is. Let's just have like a value. Okay, so that should be good. Did I get the params right on that? XYZ, yeah, okay, cool. And what am I gonna do with this value? Right now, nothing really. I'm just gonna look at it. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna look at it. Well, I guess we'll make it return the vertex data. Yes, next, thank you. Okay, so now for each terrain chunk, I'm going to call that function. So let's do... And so this is going to be phys material generator. I suppose I don't need that to be a world subsystem. I could probably change that to just like an engine subsystem, but this is fine for now. I don't really care too much about that at the moment. And then I suppose what we're going to do is just as a part of the initialization here, yeah, we'll just kick off a generation here. Although init terrain chunk, are you called from the game thread? I think you are. Okay, so let's maybe do this in a background thread. Generate okay, that's what the debug message is going to be called. Background normal. Okay, physical material generator. Get height. Wait, what? Oh, did I didn't change the type of this, did I? Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, okay, get rain. I'm calling it different things here, so I'll definitely want to unify the naming conventions here, but let's just do the generate vertex data. Oh, it needs to be an array of this as well. Done. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then we'll keep working on that when I return. BRB. Thank you for your patience. We're back. More noise. Some more coffee here. Delicious. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's actually get an array. And vert data. Index is this. Just call that I, actually. I. The vert data I equals noise output I. Okay, cool. Rather vert data I dot value. There we go. Equals that. Okay, so now we're setting the values and we got array and everything's perfect. Almost. Okay, so generate vert data, vertex data. We need the chunk coordinate, the LOD, which I guess, do we? We don't have the LOD, do we? I don't have the LOD. Get LOD doesn't actually get me. There we go. Get LOD index is what I want. Because get LOD just returns the index. Let's rename that to make sure I don't get confused in the future. Okay, so how am I going to visualize this data? Here's our next problem. We've got it all wired up. We're generating some noise. How do I want to visualize it? I could just try and like use the material to visualize it, but like, I don't know, that's going to be kind of difficult. It would almost be nice if I had like a, like some sort of PCG thing to visualize it, because the PCG has like the density and stuff. That's kind of how I would like to visualize it, because I can spawn a bunch of cubes and stuff. I suppose Niagara could visualize it, like a cube for each particle. But I would have to set that up. I could just like set up, I think the quickest thing would just be to set up like a quick and dirty ISMC, instant static mesh component, and then just add cubes to it. But then I would need a material to display like the cube value. Maybe PCG is the easiest way to do this. Let me look at the... Maybe I can find like the PCG material. Debug material vertex colors. I would have to pass it in the per instance custom data, of course, of course. Do I need this? If I can just do this one, I might just use this material real quick. And an ISMC of my own. Let's do that. Maybe this can work. Pick position. Input data. Okay. Battle pass. World position offset. Eye adaptation. Oh god. I feel like I'm just gonna pass in the density and we'll see what happens. How do I want to set this up? High moxie. Put that material in here, actually. We're not using this one for anything. Okay, let's do like a... no, not that. The object pointer... U instance static mesh component. Just call this debug ISMC. We'll do a create default subobject. And then I suppose once this gets done, async task, we gotta kick it off to the game thread now. Debug ISMC, add instance. Add instances of transforms. Okay, so I guess I need to loop through the vertex data here. So copy that in there. Well, we don't need to copy it because we can just do one of these. Get terrain vertex data for chunk cord. We don't actually need the return value there. Is that not what we return? Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, we never even put it in there either. Do a find or add. So it returns the ref. Init it, so it kind of resets it there. Yeah, okay. There we go. Cool. Make it a ref so it doesn't do a copy. We can just do const ref. Don't need to copy that data. And then let's iterate through it. Vert, and then we'll do... I guess I need to like derive the location here. So I actually do need the index. This is going to be kind of annoying, so I need to convert this 1D index back to a 3D index. do I have a function for that already? Do I have one go in the opposite direction? Next 3D to 1D. I need it to go the opposite direction. Copilot, come on. I know you know this, Copilot. Okay, we'll see if that fucking works. That actually looks right. I'm just basing that entirely off of vibes. Okay, so let's use that. That needs to be static. There we go. Then I can int 32 size equals, yep, that. Wait, yeah, what is this returning? It's returning an int. Wait, what is this returning? I needed to return an X, Y, and Z. I guess I need output params here. Kind of annoying. Okay, we'll have some output params. That needs to be void. See if it comes up with the same thing. It doesn't understand. Okay, we'll stick with that and hopefully that's correct. Okay. You even lift, bro? What does that even mean? What are your thoughts on OpenAI? That's a pretty generic question. There's something more specific about OpenAI you want thoughts on? Yeah, so I have my X, Y, and Z now. I can convert that to a world position. Invert world location. X, Y. That's just X, Y. Yeah, no, that's not right. You trust them? With what? What are you talking about here, man? Do I trust them with AI? World location. So this should be... We need an f vector of xyz, and then we need to multiply it by scale times, I think, the num square verts as well. Let me look here. Get LOD scale. That actually might be what we want. Do you not use AI to help you code? I have Copilot for auto completions. Yes. Do I trust them with what though? To make open source AI when they finally reach AGI like their mission statement says? Do I trust them to give me accurate Auto completions, do I trust them to not steal my code? With intellectual property. Yeah. I wish I understood exactly what you meant. Like, I think you're asking, do I trust them with my code? I think is what you're asking. Do I trust them to not steal my code is I think what you're asking. And if that's what you're asking, I really don't care. I'm not, like, the code I'm writing is not novel intellectual property. Like, it's all code that has been written in one place or another, just in a different form, in a different combination. It does not matter to me that much. So we're gonna have, like, what we're gonna have is, oh, that's so big. We're gonna have a range from 0 to 41, and then I want to multiply that by like 6, 246 times scale, which is 50. It's gonna be like 40 times 6 times mesh simplification implement times, yeah, so mesh simplification, that's gonna be like 6 times scale. Yeah, so it is, I do want LOD scale. Get LOD scale. Level of detail, we're gonna save that. Grids. Wait, what is the parameter here? Int 32? Oh, it's not captured though. Do that. Times LOD. So you don't think when they say you own the input and output, it matters? You think it's redundant since it's not unique, in your opinion? The prompt interpretation and the response you get when using AI, you don't think the output you receive is unique, reflecting upon your unique prompt, essentially. You get me. Okay, I think I'm understanding more so what you're asking about. Yeah, you're asking about ownership of input and output into AI. And also, small disclaimer, I work for Google, so small bias there towards AI. But I don't know that that would affect my opinion very much here at all. I think that as humans, we are inherently inspired by many different things. And I don't see AI as that much different than a human. You know? Like, do you own... Yeah, like, because I work for Google, I have a lot of stake in Google's success, which is very much behind the progression, the technological progression of AI. So, small bias there. But, like I said, I don't think it would affect my opinion here very much. I think I would have the same opinion regardless of where I worked, but... Yeah, I have a very humans are not that special kind of viewpoint on AI. Not that, you know, a lot of people are asking, is AI conscious? You know, is it sentient and stuff like that? A lot of people just say no, but I think, I kind of think of it backwards. Like, I think there's a lot of humans that aren't that fucking conscious as well. Like, I don't think it matters that much. Like, it's all, to me, about inspiration, kind of, is how I look at it. We as humans are constantly taking input from all our various, you know, sources of stimulation. And then we output things, right? Like me as a game developer, I've taken inspiration from all of the games that I've ever played in my life. And that is effectively getting, you know, processed in my head in some way. And there's an output, and that's going to be a game, you know. Do all of the companies that provided me with that input own some piece of my game? I mean, our current laws say no, they don't. Yeah, I mean, I do believe intellectual property like is a thing that it should be a thing, right? But you know, when an artist makes a painting, they have taken inspiration from all of the art that has come before them. Like, we all stand on the shoulders of giants as humans, and what I mean by that is like we all build upon everyone that came before us. Me as a game dev, me as a programmer, I have built on all the knowledge that has come before us. You know, I use a bunch of software. You know, I've learned things throughout my career as a software engineer, and all that is getting blended together in my head, and then there's output, you know? And there's a fine line to draw where you're just directly ripping off, you know, if you're an artist and you just like, you know, copied the fucking Mona Lisa, like, you know, would you act like that's your intellectual property afterwards? Like, no. But then again, intellectual property on paintings isn't exactly very strong either. Who do you think Tesla was standing on the shoulders of? All of humanity. Or Einstein. Yeah, all of humanity. Everyone that came before them that developed mathematics, you know, Aristotle, Newton, all those people. So, yeah, you know, is AI infringing on, or direct, like, you know, all the stuff that it's trained on? You know, I don't see it as that much different as a human being trained on or taking inspiration from all of the people that have come before them. I'm not saying that his innovation is not that unique. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the inputs and outputs of an AI, I see as similar. I see that as similar to, you know, in inspiration from the perspective of an artist, or all of the human knowledge that has come before, you know, like an inventor. So where do we draw the line? Yeah, that's a great question. And that's where that sentence ends. Where's the difference between X and Y, X being an average Joe with no breakthrough and Y being a Tesla? I don't think that question matters towards what I'm saying at all. Well, I'm trying to figure out what constitutes IP protection worthy. If you have, you know, if whatever falls within the current bounds of our laws. Yeah, it is incredibly vague, and there is, you know, we're just drawing a line on something that's super subjective. So, and I think technological progress of AI is something that's very, that is human nature. But technological progression is in human nature, and I don't think that we are going to be able to stop the technological progression of AI. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't, you know, do it safely and develop some laws around it, but I don't think that that means that we should be making very strict copyright or IP protection laws towards generative AI inputs and outputs, because it is incredibly vague. And you know, just because AI was trained on your art, you know, like the Studio Ghibli stuff, like, yeah, anyone can go out there right now and draw something in the style of Studio Ghibli. Now also ChatGPT can. You know, what's the difference? What's the difference? Skill, I guess, is the one difference. Does that make a difference in the eyes of the law? I don't really know. I don't think so. Just because it's easier now than ever to do that, does that mean we need to change the laws? I don't know. I would be inclined to say no, because the process is the same, and I'm a very principled person. And so if you apply logic to one situation, you have to apply it to all situations. Situations being like the process being the same, or the, you know, the outcome being the same. Yeah, that probably wasn't super coherent, but here we are. Okay, so we're adding instances to our ISMCs. Debug ISMC. Yeah, we need to add the material here too. After we get the endless terrain, yeah. Yeah, use that material. Oh, we can't do that? Oh yeah, I need like the index or whatever, right? Yeah. What do you in principle think, or how do you interpret Einstein's approach to general relativity compared to others that didn't get the credit? Wait, what are you looking for with that question? Like, you're asking, the way you're asking these questions is very vague. You're just like, what do you think of Einstein figuring something out and other people not figuring it out? Yeah, that's just how it happened. I don't know what to tell you there. Yeah, I mean, that's just how it goes. I mean, I don't, like, credit is credit, right? I don't know what to tell you about that. Then I need to also add custom data here. Set custom data for the index, which is returned from here. And that will be, yeah, that custom data flow. Wait a second. What's the params here? Oh, it's an array, right? Mark render state dirty. Okay. Do I think others should have gotten similar level of credit? I guess, why was he unique if skill doesn't matter as much in your opinion, especially now with AI? Is that what you're saying? That's not what I'm saying. What I was trying to say was that, you know, using the Studio Ghibli example, before AI, anyone could go out and replicate. You know, if you were a skilled artist, maybe if you were not so skilled, I don't know how, I don't know anything about art. I don't know how difficult it is, but the thing is, like, you know, pick some simpler style as well, some other anime style, or like just some like cartoon reel, like fucking Calvin and Hobbes or something, you know, or Dilbert. Anyone can go out and copy that style, even before AI. So I just don't see a difference between AI doing it in terms of like intellectual property law, because anyone can go copy a style, right? And the difference is the skill level required. But I'm looking at it in terms of the outcome in relation to the current laws, and I don't see a difference. It has nothing to do with credit. And yeah, if you discover something, you are the one who's going to get credit for it. So that's just how credit works. Mark render state dirty, sure, why not? Okay, should I try and test this? Rebuild this. What if a big corporation steals your idea? Namely OpenAI. Anyone can steal my idea right now. I literally talk about my game design ideas on Twitch in front of an audience. Like, anyone can do that. Anyone can do that right now. Anyone can go recreate Elden Ring. Anyone can go recreate Dark Souls or any other popular game, and a lot of games do. But if you're privately working in your own cave but use an OpenAI platform, and then OpenAI steals your idea. So I don't think, like, I mean, I understand how it all works under the hood. And the sheer amount of data that a company like OpenAI has, same with Google, like, it's not like you can just have some query that's like, hey, return me the good ideas so that I can steal them. Like, they have like terabytes and terabytes and petabytes of data that are all the inputs and outputs. Like, so I just don't think that's realistic for them to. I don't think they want to do that. I think companies like OpenAI and Google, they're interested in AI. They're not interested in all the other random shits. Okay, so the fast noise node does not seem to be resolved. Didn't I build this? Where is it? Okay, here it is. Fast noise. What do I need to do to get this, like, properly imported? Do I need to, like, regenerate my project files or something? Wait, where did my button go? I used to have a button for that. And it should be in here. Fast noise. They also have a privacy and security team that oversee everything and use AI to help them sift faster and more efficient. Yeah. 4951 decisions. I'm not sure what you're talking about there with that last one. I don't know what 4951 decisions means. Yeah, I mean, I think as a company, if you're an AI company, it's beneficial for you to say, hey, we're not going to steal your data. Because then that means people will be more likely to use it. Right, but I don't think that they have, you know, that's their decision to make. Hard decisions that big CEOs have to make because there are billions on the line. Yeah, not sure how that relates to the question you're asking. Should I just clean? Should I clean and rebuild? No, I don't think that's going to. How do I regenerate? I mean, I know I can. Let me do this. We'll regenerate it the old-fashioned way. I think you have to do that after you bring in a new plugin. Generate Visual Studio project files. Okay. We good? I mean, okay, so I imported it. We have it in the modules. I guess I need to not... Okay, I guess I need to use, like, the Unreal... Okay, I think I know what I need to do here. Where's the fucking Unreal Engine version of it? Okay, once it's in the public dependencies, sure, I can move that over. Okay, put that there, and then I guess we need to use this one instead. Or is that what I have? Does that resolve? What do you do for Google, if you don't mind me asking? I work in ads, so nothing super exciting. The digital seems to be constructing a barrier because I try to be pretty clear about that. Would you follow the white rabbit? What does that mean? Would I follow the white rabbit? I'm not familiar with whatever colloquial you're using there. I think to answer your base question, I'm not worried about OpenAI or any other company stealing my inputs and outputs from my AI prompts or autocompletes. Okay, that compiled. Great. And I think if that's something you are worried about, then you shouldn't use AI. I don't think it gets much deeper than that. And I know that there are plenty of companies out there that work on the kinds of things that they don't want their employees using AI for, regardless of what company it is. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be interesting to see. I guess we'll just click play. I never set a mesh on the ISMC, so that's an issue. Okay, now we're completely frozen. Oh, okay, we're going. I use Claude now. They follow much more clear and ethical practices. Anthropic is still one of their biggest investors is Google, so you're still dipping into that paint a little bit. But yeah, if that's something you care about, seems like a good reason to use them. And I get that trusting a smaller company is a bit easier than trusting a larger company. Okay, yeah, so we never set a static mesh on the ISMC. How am I going to pass that through? Let me see if I can update that at runtime. Where's 0, 0, 0? X equals 0. I personally, I don't put anything into AI that I have ethical concerns about. So that is not a consideration for me, personally. But I totally get it. Wait, is it not showing up? Re? Interesting. What's your engineering expertise? I guess full stack would be what you're looking, the answer that you'd be looking for. But we have a front end and a back end, and we do a lot of metrics work, and yeah, Angular Dart on the front end, which is absolute hell. Java and some C++ on the back end. Okay, so my ISMC is not showing up here, even though I used create default subobject. Why is that? Why is that? Why are you not on there? Even if I set the static mesh, would this even show up? Okay, we'll throw one on here just for testing. Where's the blend material at? Okay, use static mesh. Let's call this debug mesh. Edit anywhere. Yeah, okay, so endless terrain. Debug mesh. Yeah. Yep, see you later. Okay, so I feel like create default sub-object should be making this show up on, I guess, okay, it's not edit anywhere. That's why. Okay. Try that again. Back to game dev. Okay, so endless terrain. Let's put the debug thing here, and I think we want like PCG cube, maybe? Ooh, and that maybe is why they were passing the extents through there, so this may be... may look a little weird. Yeah, I don't think this is going to show up properly if I use that. There's the debug ISMC. Nice. Okay, so yeah, nothing's showing up. So I think we do need to pass the extents into the... whoops. The debug material. What is this? Append mini. Extents. Okay. We'll try to do some more data here. Color and alpha. I don't think I care about those. Let's add some more custom data to these to see if we can get that PCG stuff for you. It would be nice to just have this in the back pocket as well for any future visualizations that we need. So we need 3 more. Custom floats is 4 now. Back down here. So we have value as density, and then we need the size of the points, which I think that's just scale. Is that just scale? I don't think so. What is it? Scale times... I think it's scale times the LOD scale. What is this? Bro, how does that even happen? That's so annoying. Yeah, what do I want to put in here? I think it's it'll be float, right? Floats. It should be. Is it LOD scale? Let me look here. Scale times the simple. Yeah, I think it is LOD scale. I think we just do LOD scale. So that's going to be, what is that going to be? That's going to be 6 times 50, 300. That seems about right. That seems about right. Okay, let's try again. Did that, yeah, we got the cube, okay. See if there's actually any instances on here. Oh, it has collision on. I should probably turn that off. Oh, it has 0 instances. Okay. Yeah, let's throw a breakpoint in here. Probably need to restart everything. Oh, no, we hit it. Okay. Vertex data is empty. The frick, man. Alright, let's do that breakpoint. Vert data. Yeah, we got data. 68,000, is that the number I'm expecting? Hang on. Yeah, okay, that is the number I'm expecting. That's a lot. We do have data. I guess I need to put this into 0 to 1, actually. How do I transform -1 to 1 into 0 to 1? Can't just lerp that, can I? No, because that would just kind of like clamp it. I think, what do I need? The range clamp or whatever? Map range value clamped? Yeah. What is it? What is a T range? Let me find out how this is used. In range, output range. Oh, the range is just an after effector. Okay, okay, yeah, I can use that. Cool. Yeah, let's use that. F vector to F. F vector to F. Input range is -1 to 1. I just happen to know that. Output range, we want that in a 0 to 1 output range to show up correctly. So that is one change that we want to make. Now, we are returning the vertex data. Oh, we never set it. Duh. Oh, no, wait a second. Oh, this needs to be a ref. That's why. That's why we're not getting any data there. Now, actually, before I do that, let's turn the collision off. Otherwise, it's going to act like super wonky here. Maybe I need to do that in begin play. Do that there. Okay. Now let's try. Okay, let's try again. Okay, we got here. Do we have data? We got data there. Okay. Vertex data. Okay. Let me look at the range there. 0.5, 0.5. Interesting. Okay. Looks good enough. Good enough for me. There we go. Oh boy, it is all putting it. Oh Jesus Christ. That is glitchy as fuck, isn't it? Okay, so one, I think it's putting everything all in one spot. So my world space is not... Oh, okay, I just clicked on it and that was probably a bad idea. It's also not centered. The world location, you're right, we need to multiply that by the coordinate. And then subtract half size. Yeah, I want to subtract half size. Which maybe I would just want to... The easiest way to do that is that. Without the semicolon. Okay. Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, it's flat. Interesting. There also seem to be a lot of instances on top of each other. That's why they're fucking blinking like that. The size of them is not proper. Okay, so why are there no Z's being paid attention to here? Wonderful, wonderful. Can we, fatal error. Nice. Nice. Okay. Yeah, why was the Z... Wait, did that just restart on its own? B? Alright, size divided by 2. That centers it. These X, Y, and Z should be in the 0 to 40 range. Good there. We're multiplying that by LOD scale. Yeah, I guess the extents don't really matter there. Times coordinate, that did seem to spread it to where it needed to go. I'm wondering if these are not the right indices. Yeah, maybe let's watch, let's step through this maybe a little bit. YZ, XYZ. Okay. What are X, Y, Z here? They should be 0 right now. They're all 0, so then we should see, what should we see? X? X should be 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's step forward till we get to like 41, or 40 rather. Now we should see X0, Y1. Yeah, okay, so this does seem to... It does seem to be the right coordinates. We're multiplying by the coordinates? So yeah, so why does Z... Why doesn't it give a shit about Z? Is Z wrong? Oh god, I'm gonna have to like skip through so many to get there. Let me do a 1D index to 3D. Why is this guy calling it direction? Supposing you want to iterate through Z, then Y, then X. I'm doing X, Y, then Z. Index divided modulo size. I think that's opposite, though. Everyone seems to iterate through Z first, where I do X first. Where, like, X is the inner array. I think their inner array is Z. Yeah, because then my Z matches up with this. Okay. That looks right. Although the modulos are quite different. But I iterated through it. My X and Y's were correct. I guess let's look at the world location here. Are we at 0, 0, 0 right now? N, 1, 0. Okay, the world location is indeed wrong. Okay, that's very wrong. Okay. Wait, why is that so wrong? I wonder, I think I need to do something like this. Yeah, I think this is a floating point issue. It wasn't, I think this was converting to, an int maybe. Come on! Did we just restart? I'm just gonna restart at this point. I guess I don't necessarily need to transform it into world space. I can do local space. But all that would mean was that I don't need to multiply by coordinate. Oh, is multiplying by coordinate what's wrong? Maybe? I don't actually, no, I don't think so. Go away. Okay, let's look at world location. What do we got? This should be 0, 0, 0 now. It's still 0, 0, 0. Okay. Break this apart. No, I shouldn't need that there anymore. Minus half size. Times LOD scale. LOD. Get LOD index, get LOD, grid size, yeah. Okay, please live code this properly, thank you. Okay, hang on. Let me get a breakpoint in there. World locate. Okay, that looks right now, weirdly enough. Wait, X, Y, and Z is 0. And then what coordinate are we on? I really can't see the coordinate. Coordinate is -3, 0, 0. So yeah, 18,000 would be the center. So wait, why is world location 18,000? Is that right? No, it should be like 24,000. And it's -3. Wait, what is happening here? Times the, what am I doing here? Times the coordinate. Do I not need to subtract half size? Word location is 18,000. Yeah, this isn't right. What am I doing? Coordinate's -3, so that should realistically be... I think I need to do coordinate for... No, that shouldn't matter. Coordinate times this minus half size. That's what we need. Yeah, we do need to multiply it first. And that's why it's getting all fucksy-wucksy here. Oh, Jesus. Okay, now we've got more. We're still flat. Let's restart that. Okay, let's look at the world location now. Okay, so we are on coordinates. What's it? 130. And so our world location for 0, 0, 0 is negative. Oh no, we multiplied it by coordinates. Why am I being so dumb about this, dude? I haven't worked on the terrain stuff in a minute, so it's all like flipping out of my head. Okay, X, Y, and Z should be from 0 to 41. That's like a local unscaled coordinate space. So that is not world space at all. So I need to, one, center. It's also uncentered. So I need to center them. Because the coordinates are centered, the terrain chunks are centered. And then I need to move it over to, you know what I should just do? I should just like an actor transform position. Let's just do this. This may be much easier. I still think I may need to do some LOD scaling thing here, but let's just break this apart. F vector, centered. And then I think I'd want to scaled. I think I wanted to scale it. Scaled. So it's going to be centered times what is it? The LOD scale, right? Actually, maybe just simplification increment. Yeah, we'll see. Live coding there. Hi, Marcy. Being a good girl today. Okay, what do we got here? Centered, yeah, that looks right. Oh, do I need to add half size instead? I think Z might be upside down. Scale that, yeah, that looks right. That looks world space. 11. That does not. And this is for terrain chunk 1, -3s. Okay, so this is not chunked. This is not although this is a good local. Yeah, so we can just use this scaled one and then not do world space, and that should be fine, I think. I do think the Z is upside down though, right? Because -Z would be, we're starting at the bottom layer and then going up. And if I'm looking at this, Z starting at 0 and going, I guess it does start at the bottom and go up. Got it from the bottom now here. Okay, that looked better. Yeah, that looked better. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. They're all on one chunk. They are all on one chunk. Okay, so that... What am I? I'm just like fumbling around with this, man. Yeah, throw me some bones. Come on, throw me some bones. Okay, so transform... This is for terrain chunk 0. Yeah, that looks right for terrain chunk 0, actually. World space should be false. -950. Wait, okay, so that's completely different. Oh, that's world location. We're looking at scale. That looks better. That looks better. Let's do transform scaled here, actually. See what we're working with. I feel like I got really good at translating between these different coordinate spaces when I was working on the terrain gen. Then I kind of stopped working on that for a while. And now I'm bad. Hello? Spotify? Okay, there we go. Oh god. World location. Negative 300,012. Yeah, that ain't right. Do I need to inverse transform position, perhaps? Forget which direction these are. I thought transform position moved it into local space, but maybe I have that backwards. Inverts the transforms and then transform. Oh, and it's doing scaling as well. That is probably why it's not. So I just, yeah, okay. And I buffer overflow. Okay, let's stop. Can I just do that with location? No, I think it has to be transform position no scale. Oh, perfect. Exactly what I was looking for. Okay, let's try again now. Okay, world location. Let's see now. Okay, that is the same as scaled. That's because it's 0, 0, 0. Okay, same as scaled. Yeah. Okay, so hang on. Do that. Uh-oh. What is this? This is some slate thing. Slate paint? What is this? Boy, I would love for it to tell me what this has to do with my own code. We'll try again. I'm just gonna chalk that up to some editor shenanigans. Okay, let's try again. Give me a breakpoint. What chunk are we on here? We are on chunk -2, 0, 0. Okay. 3,000. -2 is negative. What is that? 30,000. -2. Be 0 would be -12,000, -24,000. Yeah, that's right. This seems right now. Okay, let's throw that one in there. That one seems right. We'll just go ahead and rebuild. See what that looks like. Like how the maintainer of this library is name is Double D's. Okay, they're not blinking. That is good news. Good lord. Okay, yeah, that's Perlin noise, all right. I can see the noise. That's crazy. Are we overlapping by one? I think we are. Oh, I may need to shift these over. God, I hate this so much. Okay, so look at this. This is within, this is my PCG node that I rewrote. Okay, look at this. I am setting B is running on main thread equal to false. Okay, you ready for this? And this is running on the background thread, so that's why it's happening, but it's just super annoying. So now I'm doing new object any thread. Okay, let's go into the implementation for this. This is the assertion that's getting hit. It is now true. Even though it was literally the line before this one that was hit. And yeah, I know it's because we're in a background thread and a raise condition happened. It's just crazy that that happens so much. And I can just skip through it, so it's not a huge deal. This looks so crazy. Nanite buffer overflow detected. Yeah, I'm like, I should probably turn down the generation radius a little bit here. Can I stop? Or are we gonna throw a fit? Okay, we're good. Yeah, let's turn down the generation radius a bit. Drillbox, first time chatter, hello. Bro, you're not participating in Jackie Game Jam. I am unaware of any game jams, and I don't think I would participate in one. I'm way too, thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. I'm way too invested in my own game here. Maybe sometime in the future, but I don't think I would do a game jam anytime soon. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, though. But yeah, let's turn down this generation radius. Let's just do, what do we have, 50? Let's do 24,000. That should be a couple chunks, and then we'll do 2 extra chunks around that are unrendered. But yeah, what's going on with that? What's going on with that game jam? What's the deal there? Okay. So what we're working on right now is just we're working on a way to visualize some noise. And I believe we've gotten that. Some weird artifacts we're getting here. Yeah, I think I need to offset the points slightly. Because I think our edge ones are overlapping. That's why they're blinking. Whoa. And are these nanite? I'm wondering. Oh, I clicked on one. I probably shouldn't have done that. Probably should not have done that. Yeah, that was a bad idea, I guess. We're just gonna gonna wait a while. Okay, so let me look at the point location here for where we're spawning these. I may need to offset the individual vertices. Nothing. Game jams are sort of life. Game dev is a passion for me, but no scope in my country. Just reliving passion. Yeah, I totally get that they're fun and stuff. I just have like one specific idea and vision that I really want to, that I am investing everything into. So yeah, I definitely get the appeal and everything. Yeah, maybe someday I'll do one, but for now I am just really invested in my own ideas here. Yeah, we're doing. Yeah, we're doing the vertex locations. Is this still frozen? It's still frozen. Okay, so just note to self, don't click on those. Don't click on them. Yeah, but I guess we have one row overlapping. I would love to look at that closer, but it's kind of like absolutely slaughtering my computer. Maybe we should turn down the generation even more. 20, let's just do 12,000 and just one. I'm a student, so game jams help me get experience. Hell yeah. The only way I can learn things. Maybe someday I can get a job abroad. Well, good luck to you doing that. Good luck to you. Okay, there's that was a lot more manageable. But yeah, I definitely think learning by doing is my preference as to how to learn. Am I your first viewer from India? I'm not sure. I don't know the nationalities of everyone who views or chats. You may be. Yeah, but you can see here we got some blinking ones, and they're I'm assuming they line up with the edge of the chunks. Look at the bottoms here. Yeah, I think there's the intersection right there. But this is just a visualization, so we don't really need to dig into it too much. But we do have data. That's the most important part. I wonder if I should like set visibility to false on this, and then I can just look at it. I can toggle it on a per chunk basis, and that way it doesn't just like destroy my computer there. What are we doing? Yeah, so we are so I have procedural terrain system generates at runtime, and the overall goal of what I'm doing here with that currently is I'm trying to get physical material information for each. Why is that all bad now? Maybe we can turn up the radius back up here. Let's turn that back up to 50k. Like I want essentially kind of like voxel information, if you're familiar with some different what is this? What is this? Essentially I want to tie some data to each vertex that I've generated, so that I can tell different systems like what material that is. And what's unique about... I don't know what the hell this is. We did some garbage collection. So we can feed that information in an algorithm and generate terrain. Sort of, yeah. So we do want an algorithm to generate it, but the terrain is generated differently. Like the shape of the terrain, I have that in compute shaders right now. Now I'm just trying to come up with an algorithm to generate what the terrain is made up of, like what physical material it is. And so that way I can feed it to the render material, like the textures that are put on the terrain, And then I also have deformable terrain, and so I need that the terrain deformations to happen differently. Like if something is stone versus dirt, you want that to react differently to being deformed. And yeah, so that'll affect a lot of gameplay systems as well. I'm planning on doing move speed as well. Like I want the player to place paths on this procedural terrain, and so I will then tag the vertices that the path is on as having a path, and then I can do a triangle line intersection, which I just figured out the other day, which is pretty cool. To figure out what vert the player or NPCs are standing on. I can get the physical material that they're on for like sound effects, walk speed, like I was just saying, move speed, and just other gameplay elements. So we're not going to feed it back into an algorithm, but we are going to feed it into different systems. That's sick and insane. Where can I learn about it? So this is all like I'm kind of doing things on hard mode. And what I mean by that is like, maybe I can show it a little bit here. What I'm planning to do is it's going to be an RPG in a colony sim. And I want the colony simulation part to be always going, even when the player's not around. And some of the challenges with that and procedural terrain is I'm very bound by memory. And so even when the procedural terrain isn't rendered, I still want the colony simulation to be happening there. And so that's what I mean by like hard mode. It makes it very difficult because I can't rely on collision. So I have to do a lot of the systems on my own, and I'm kind of just figuring it out as I go. So where can you learn about it? Just in general, I would just search on YouTube for like procedural terrain generation. One of the first videos, I can show you one of the first videos I watched. This is probably about 2.5 years ago when I watched it, but Sebastian Legg. Yeah, he's got it's a whole series. This is where I started. It's Unity based. I'll put the link in there.
Hi everyone, welcome to the series on procedural landmass generation. So just as a quick overview, we're going to begin by generating height maps using Perlin noise, then we'll assign terrain types to the various height ranges, and finally use all of this information to construct our 3D mesh. So in this introductory episode, I'd just like to talk a little bit about noise. This here is regular noise, with values for each pixel picked randomly between 0 and 1. Perlin noise, however, is a type of coherent noise.
And this is what I'm rendering. This is what I was rendering with all those cubes.
Which means that changes occur gradually. So if we were to take a slice of this noise, we'd get something that looks a bit like a section of mountainous terrain. Just two quick bits of terminology that you're probably already familiar with. When we talk about amplitude, that's the y-axis, while frequency deals with the x-axis. But back to our mountain. Currently, it's far too smooth. We need a way to add in detail while preserving the overall shape, and we do this by layering multiple levels of noise. So here in blue, we have 3 noise maps, commonly referred to as octaves. In red, we have the result when all of these octaves are added together. So if the first octave represents the sort of main outline of the mountain, then let's imagine the second octave as the boulders and the third as just the small rocks. So we want each subsequent octave to increase in detail.
Oh, you're talking about shaders. Okay. Well, we'll stop this. Where can I learn about compute shaders? I have a resource for that as well. This is how I learned. And this doesn't seem to be working out of the box. How do you procedurally generate shade? Well, so the shader does the procedural generate. I'm not procedurally generating shaders, but like this is a shader for my height map generation, taking in like parameterized noise and doing a bunch of stuff with it. And then here is I kind of copied that GitHub repo for a marching cubes shader. Although it doesn't work out of the box, you have to kind of tinker with it a little bit to get that working. I think it may be a little bit out of date. But I am going to be feeding in, if you're talking like how do I get a shader to render on procedural terrain, in Unreal Engine you can, it's essentially going to be vertex data, vertex color, or vertex paint, I think is what they're commonly referred to as. So that is the method that I'll be using. And if I need higher resolution than that, I'll be packing my information into a texture, and then I would feed it to the shader, and then have the shader use that to decide how it should render. So yeah, let me know if that didn't answer your question. But yeah, if you're curious about how to implement a compute shader, you can check out that GitHub repo. That's kind of what I based mine off of. Okay, let's see if this. Okay, so I can't click on. I can't click on a terrain chunk anymore. That's a problem. And it's because there's a ton of instances in that ISM. Oh boy. Okay. So I need that to like visualize the noise so I can work on it. Okay. Okay, what am I going to do about this? What am I going to do about this? I don't know, if turning on nanite for it, can I set nanite on here? No. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah, what can I do about this? Honestly, PCG would be a really good way to iterate on this. Maybe I should switch over to doing that. I was trying to make a Minecraft mod, which doesn't stop the whole world from updating regardless of player position. Turned out very hard to do as update is tied to rendering. Yeah, you definitely can't have everything rendered. That's, you know, it's just unnecessary, you know, even if you could. You gotta save on data. But yeah, that's what I find a lot of, like, I love Colony Sim type games, but like, most of the games do something where it's like, you know, the world isn't running when you're not there, or they like fake the simulation when you're not there, so it works differently when you're there versus not there, or it's just always based off of some equation that's running. You know, you got 3 colonists on wood, that's 30 wood per hour or something, you know, whatever it is. So I want the real thing all the time, and that's what I'm trying to do here. And it's, you know, if I didn't do procedural terrain, it would probably be a lot easier to do that, but here we are. Here we are. Yeah, so if I were to do this with PCG would be nice because I could regenerate it. Yeah, I wonder if I should just spin up a PCG component and put it... Oh, did I finally click on it? No, we're still frozen. That is crazy how long that takes. Yeah, you just can't even click on it. Oh god. Okay, we're just gonna stop that. Okay, so if I were to use PCG... People recreate computers in Minecraft. I have seen that, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's very hard to run on PCs. I was trying to fix that by not rendering everything, but updating the redstone. I see. Yeah, Minecraft's pretty cool. I watched, not too long ago, I watched the talk by one of the guys that works on the terrain, the world gen for Minecraft. Took a little bit of inspiration from that. My cave systems are, they refer to, cheese and spaghetti caves in Minecraft. So I kind of use that idea a little bit. I think mine's probably generated pretty differently than how they do it, though. Are you a software engineer? I am. I am. Yeah, so I essentially need to pack up these transforms as PCG point data, which is super annoying. Super annoying. And I would need, I guess I would just do a blueprint node for that. A good thing I am using the blueprint noise library, so I can just use those nodes there. Yeah, maybe that's the best way to iterate on this. Okay, let's comment all this out for now. I'm gonna comment you out. I'm gonna rebuild that. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while that builds. BRB, 2 minutes. Stand for a little bit. Okay, let's get that out of here. So I guess let's just like spin up a PCG graph. Let's just no, don't do that. I have way too many folders here. Let's just like, I have a PCG folder. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's call this noise test. Okay. And then I guess I need like some sort of, is there just like a PCG actor? Not just like a plain, I guess we just need like a plain actor. Okay, noise test. Okay, so then I need a blueprint here too. PCG blueprint element. Forced to be non-cacheable. You can force nodes to be non-cacheable? Oh, I should use that. Okay, hang on. I think I just want blueprint elements here. Oh, and you can use assets? That changes a lot, actually. Okay, yeah, just select that. This is going to be PCG noise. Okay, hang on. I want to check something real quick. What did I call it? Yeah, environment item spawner. Is there a node that you or a function you can hook into to like force this to not cache anything? Because this is absolutely, PCG just loves to cache things. Clear cache. And begin cache, clear all. Okay, nothing there, actually. On the context, maybe? No. Okay, I wonder how that forces it to be uncacheable. Okay, I just wanted to look at that real quick. PCG noise gen. Okay, so we want to... I guess we could probably... We can just, like, debug that, actually. Where did that... yeah, we want this guy. Okay. I need to override what now? Execute with context, I presume. Execute. Sure. Output. Can I make PCG data collection tagged data? Let's promote to variable, local variable. Oh god, doing this in blueprints is gonna be fucking horrible, isn't it? Should I do this? We'll start in blueprints and we'll see how bad it is, I suppose. PCG point data. Oh god, yeah, we need to like loop through everything. Yeah, I feel like I should definitely be doing this in C++. We'll see. I'm not even gonna bother doing it. I hate doing loops in blueprints. It is so bad. Okay, so that means... Where should I do this at? Where should I put this code at? I should just make like a transform. I think that's PCG. Yeah. Okay, let's just do this. Static. This is going to return PCG point data, transform noise to point data. Transform noise to point data. And let me look back at what I did here. I guess it's going to be an array of vertex data. But perhaps just so I can iterate on this faster, I should just be using the fast noise blueprint functions. Hang on. Okay, let's just like look at in uniform grid. Array of floats. So T array of, so this is going to need to take in a T array of float, I guess. And then I guess I'll need some like size information here too, right? Thinking. Yeah, I'll need an X, Y, and Z, and I'll need a position. I think position should just be, we'll just do 0. So I think I just need like a What are they doing for size here? Int vector, okay. Okay, and so this is going to be point data, new object. Then I need a T array of fpcg points, reserve, or should I just init here? Probably just init here. For I noise.num 2 points I dot transform equals f transform, and then I will need to convert this to a constref there is fine. Yeah, also constref there is probably fine too. And then I need the position, right, which means I need the XYZ again. Same thing that I did here. Let me copy that. And then I guess I would want like a... And I guess I know what... If we assume noise is always a 3D square, or a 3D cube. A 3D square, that is a cube. Let me just get this return set up. Data. Okay, so I should be able to infer what the size is. But it's not a huge deal to like... I guess what I'm concerned about is like the positioning of the noise. Maybe I just include like a scalar on here or something. Or maybe I include a transform. And then we do do we do a transform position on here and we just use the transform? What is size supposed to be here? Yeah, and then we're just gonna assume that's the same dimensions. Make sure that's blueprint callable as well. Transform the position. And so I guess I would just need to make sure that I'm passing in the, or that I have a scale set. Yeah. Okay, so we also need the point density on here. Yeah, that, except we want to... Oh no, I already remapped it to 0 to 1. So yeah, that's perfect. That's what we want there. Is it that easy? Okay, let's rebuild that. Okay, and this work is just gonna be the precursor work to coming up with some physical materials and stuff like that. Like I want to definitely get like a height bias in there as well. So we're gonna have to overlap multiple noises, you know, some for stone, some for dirt. We're gonna have to get some surface material. I'll need to have height map input data to determine where the surface is. You want to have like a height bias to like the closer you get to the surface, the less stone there is, right? Because you want dirt to be there. Okay, transform noise to point data. Okay, what do we have here? Make simplex. I don't know. Well, I guess now we can probably easily swap these around. Uniform grid. Start size. Okay, let's make this into a local variable. And this can just be size. We want that. We're gonna first just start off with the same size as our chunks are. Look at all these noodles. Look at all these noodles. Okay, so noise. What is this? Huh. Well, it gives me the lower bound and upper bound there. Interesting. Oh, I guess I need the, this is execute. Oh no, we don't have context here. Okay, execute with context. Yeah, okay, so we need execute with context. There go all my. Can I copy? Oh no, I already didn't. Tagged data. Tagged data. Wow, this is so messy. Okay. Yeah, so we want to get components, get owner. No, not that. Get owner. That's an actor, right? Okay. Get actor transform. There we go. Bingo. Plug that in there. Plug that in there. Okay. Isn't there like a line? Alignment. Okay. Better than nothing. God, okay, this looks horrible. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we'll just save the actor and make this a little prettier. Good lord, this is part of the reason I hate blueprints. I hate playing this like organize the noodles game. Okay. Owning actor. Okay, this is looking cleaner now. Okay. Okay. Okay, make simplex generator, generate uniform grid, frequency scale, sure. And none, why not? Okay, compile, save. Output data, debug, and show me the output. So actor 2, PCG, generate. Okay, we're frozen. Wonderful. Okay, it's just taking a long time to generate, I guess. Maybe I should have started with smaller numbers. Definitely should have changed the scale on the actor as well, because it's going to be very small. Okay, we're just completely frozen. Are we breakpointed anywhere? No, we're not. Oh, can you imagine if I did the looping in the blueprint as well? That would be even worse. Okay, let me throw a pause here. Where are we? Frame is not available. Oh, we're still okay. We're still generating here. I probably should have started with a smaller amount. This is what, 68,000 points or whatever? I wouldn't have thought that would have been that bad. It certainly didn't take this long when I was doing it for my terrain chunks. Oh, size is 0 though. I don't know if I ever set my size very. Yeah, because I had to recreate the variable in the new context or whatever. Yeah, size is 0. Okay, I wonder if that was messing it up. Let's just start with 10 by 10 by 10. That's small. Tagged data. Loading actor. Okay. And we won't show it. Okay, I clicked generate. Nothing happened. Debug. Oh, there it is. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Now let's change the scale on this bad boy. I think we want 300. Reset that to 0. And then let's change the point scaling as well. Scale method, absolute. Interesting. This is fun. I like this. So let's change you to 41, 41, 41. Compile, save. Okay, awesome. That just reruns automatically. Oh, that's great. Okay, that looks quite a bit different from... God, the visual artifacts are strange there. Okay, so the... And what did I plug into frequency? Because frequency here is... I think I had 0.2. Maybe that's why it was different. Okay, yeah, that looks more similar to what I had. Okay. Let's make these a bit bigger. 10? Or is that too big? That's too big. 2. 3. Okay, now they're uniform and stuff. Although I want it to be... I want to see inside a little bit as well, so maybe 2.5. Maybe just 2. I think 2 is actually good. Just the visual artifacts are kind of distracting, aren't they? Yeah, maybe I will just go with 3. That way. Yeah. Okay. So what was the frequency? Pull this out. What was the frequency they had on here at first? It was like 0.002. Oh, that's so nice. I can just compile it and it automatically reruns. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. So this is a single chunk. Okay. Well, let's start playing around with this. Can I hide the details for now? Okay, yeah, hide those for now. Okay, we have noise. We have noise. I want to see what the difference is between these like generators here. So I guess I just need to... We'll just wire all of these up to the output. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, so neither... Oh, I wired them up to the wrong thing. That makes sense. Okay. We shall now see what the difference is. Okay. Is one faster than the other or something? The noise looks the same. It is deterministic. That's a good sign. These ones are very... Let me like do a little search here. Open simplex 2. Just so I can understand what the difference between these algorithms is. Is this what we're talking about, or is this the same thing? Open Simplex 2S is smooth like the original Open Simplex. And Open Simplex 2F is more similar in speed and appearance to the Forbidden Simplex. Open Simplex noise. Whoops, I did not mean to add that. Open Simplex has a variant called Super Simplex or Open Simplex 2S, which is visually smoother. Okay. And then what is just Open Simplex 2? Legacy Open Simplex used a different grid layout scheme to Simplex. It worked fine for common applications, but didn't produce as consistent contrast as the original Simplex point layout. In 3D40, also broke down completely and extended to 5D+. Okay. Oh, I guess this is the F. Looks the most like Simplex, is about as fast. Open Simplex 2S looks the most like 2014 Open Simplex, uses large vertex. Recommended choice for ridged noise. Yeah, I don't know that the differences matter to me, so I'll just take like whatever is the most performant. Throw that here. And we saw benchmarks, right? Results can be found here. Oh boy. Basic generators. Okay. I could just control F for Simplex. No, I can't. Are you familiar with PC made with gears like proper logic gate stuff? No, I am not. No, I am not. I don't know what all this means. Coherent noise. Oh god. Oh, there we go. Simplex. How do I read this? This is meaningless. Where am I from? I'm from the US. How do I read all that? I actually got rid of the window that I needed. Was this? Okay, so I'm just gonna like not worry about it. We're just gonna not worry about that. And I guess I'll use the 2S since that seems to be the new shiny. Okay. Now make generator. What other genies can I make? Cellular distance, open simplex, Perlin, value, domain warp and fractal and all that. Okay. How can I build a portfolio to get accepted into State University in the US? I have upwards funding of 30. I'm just unsure. I am sure I can get education loans. Yeah, you're talking to the wrong guy because I never went to college. Well, I went for 2 years and then dropped out. I am not the guy to ask for advice when it comes to collegiate things. Okay, yeah, so what do I want to do with this noise? So my options moving forward here are to I could iterate on the noise and get it to look like how I want it to. I could pass in different colors to the custom data on the points to get it to render like different physical materials like dirt, grass, or whatever, just as a kind of mock. Or I could try to wire up this noise to my actual systems and then just try to get my material to listen to it. What do I want to do from here? Every successful guy, not even my cousin from my taste, says college doesn't matter, just build skills. Sadly, it doesn't work that way in my country. Can I get a job abroad or just do interns to build portfolio? Yeah, I have no idea. I am a US native, so I don't think I have the same problems and path as you do. But yeah, I do agree with that college doesn't matter. It would help, it sounds like, in your situation, but yeah, I think the advice is to like just build skills is good advice. But yeah, getting noticed is going to be kind of hard when in today's world, unfortunately. I started 10 years ago now, so it was a different world when I started. And unfortunately, I think you're at the whims to some major economic factors, so maybe when the economy gets better and companies are hiring more, you'll have more luck. Let me see. Yeah, how does the debug point stuff get added? I would like to give material override. It would be nice to be able to pass the colors in like I saw in here. Or is that what that is? It's in per instance custom data. I guess debug color is what that maybe is. Yeah, I really need to see colors. So if I want to iterate on this, that's what I would need to do. I don't know how much it's worth me trying to figure out how that works under the PCG hood to get that wired up correctly. It would mean I would iterate faster, though. And it would be really nice. Maybe I'll spend a little bit of time looking into that. Let's look up scale method here, or rather point mesh, maybe. We'll just look for a PCG file, find a jumping off point. PCG debug. Sounds like the right place to start. Okay, so this seems like the right place. So how do you get your custom data here? Instance transform, where do you get added? Instances. ISMC. Here's the custom data. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at that in a second. I gotta take care of my dogs real quick. We're gonna take them outside, and then I will be back after that. Okay, we're back. We are back. Okay. Oh, so we can just pass it in with the point color. Wonderful. Okay, so how am I going to do that? From noise to point data. I guess I could just iterate in C++. Oh, yeah, this is gonna get more and more difficult. It would be nice to just do it all in blueprints and like combine it, but then that's just gonna... We're just gonna hit performance issues if we do that. I guess if we're only doing 41 by 41 by 41, I don't know, like... That is what, 58,000 or something? 68,000? 68,000, so I don't think that that would be exactly trivial in blueprints. And I'm going to need multiple noises. How would I even combine those noises to get to a value? And I actually need 2 values and a blend value. Eventually. Yeah, I'll definitely need to put some thought into that. I was picturing just like doing different seeds and versions of like some, you know, coherent noise like this. And then just having different biases affect which value it takes. But then that might look a little weird. Where the noises intersect. And so this noise that we're looking at now, this can be a noise between 2 materials. So if we think of just like our typical example of like grass, dirt, and stone, we would need 2 noises. One for grass to dirt. You know, grass could be 0, dirt could be 1. And then we would need another set of noise, and like a copy of this essentially with a different seed or frequency or something for dirt to stone. And then we would need a height bias on both of those to, you know, obviously at the surface we want just grass. Maybe a little bit of dirt there is fine, but we don't want any grass much lower than the surface, right? Or maybe our height bias on grass is like only surface or something. So I need to look into height bias a little bit. Okay, so if I think about transform noise to point, oh, and this actually transform noise to point data, this is not between 0 and 1. So I want to let's map that real quick. That is a good catch. Good catch. Let's run live coding there, and it should change a little bit. It should be less black now, actually. Yeah, there we go. There are 0 to 1 values. And so as far as I understand a height bias, how that works is effectively, you know, you have some metric, and we'll be using our z component for that to represent height. And the higher that number is, the more or less we consider a certain value. Now, what does that actually, you know, how do we actually do that? So let's imagine, I'm just going to copy and paste this. I'm going to imagine we have 2 of these. Going to imagine we have 2 of these. I should probably just look up how a height bias works, but I kind of want to think about it on my own for a second here. So I would be iterating through these. Let's actually look at this in C++. So I would be iterating through these, and with the z, I would need a threshold for the height to like lerp to, essentially. How far away am I from this threshold? And then I could use like a curve float or something. And I guess that would be a value between, and I would want output a value between 0 and 1 to multiply against the value that I am seeing from the noise. And so the noise generation should be, again, a value from 0 to 1, and that should answer the question of how much of this material is shown. And so when I'm considering grass to dirt, that would be 1 to 0, grass being 1. And so at the height map level, which is a value passed in, a set of values passed in, at that height map level, I would want 1. Maybe, no, maybe even more, because you could have maybe 2, maybe multiply it by 2, and that would effectively take any values. We have noise values between 0 and 1. And if we're multiplying that against our height bias, and let's say our height bias is 2, any values above 0.5 are going to be grass instead of 1. And then any values between it, we're effectively stretching, or rather, like, depending on how you think about it, we're like stretching or condensing the noise. Yeah, okay, so this is making sense to me now. I don't know if I was very coherent in what I was saying there. Probably not. Maybe this is a job for MS Paint. Let's see here. Okay, so let's say we have a height map, right? We're looking at the terrain from the side. And so this is our threshold. At any given point, this is our threshold number, whatever the z is. And so let's say we're considering a point right here. This point would have an x, y, and z. And so with the xy, we get the same value at xy on the height map directly above us, so just not considering the z. Or yeah. And so that would be our number. This would be our threshold number. And so we would also want to get the difference between these two locations. That was horrible. The difference between these two locations. And that's what we would want to pass into our, like, call it like a height bias function, you know? We could have a curve float, and let's just open up a random curve float here to visualize float curve. Whoops, not that one. Curve float, there we go. Okay, So we would have like a curve float. And let's add 0, 0, 0. Add key, there we go. And then 0, 1. Add key. Put that all the way up at 1. And then we can do a like a 0 or something. Yeah, so imagining this curve. This way it's like a smooth interpolation, and what we would do is we would pass the distance here. Maybe I should have drawn that a bit bigger. And we would want a max distance, right? And so we would take this distance divided by whatever our max is, and that's like, max represents, God, I suck at spelling in Paint. And max distance would be how far down we want grass, you know, in this example. And so let's say this distance is like, we'll say 10, just to make the math easy. And let's say we want, or do we do max divided by dist? I think we may do it, maybe doing it backwards. So like 10, let's say our max is 5. Yeah, we want it backwards actually. So it would be max, okay. And so we'll say this is, let's make it 100. 100. And let's say our max distance is like 10 divided by 100. Wait, no, because we want that. Am I doing that backwards? I might be doing that backwards. I want this to be to outcome. Anything above 10 should be 0. If 10 is our max. If we do 100 divided by 10, that's just 10. And then 10 divided by 100 would be what, 0.1? I would want to there needs to be some subtraction here. Yeah, I need to do like a 1 minus or something, or maybe a -1. Because what I'm wanting to happen, back to the curve float, is because I'm going to pass this number into this curve float or something similar, some function. Maybe it can just be a straight lerp, a linear interpolation. But when a 0 goes in, I want to get a 0 out. And that means grass, I'm going to multiply whatever the noise value is here for how much grass is there by 0, making it 0, meaning anything above our max distance is not affected. That's what I'm hoping to get out of this. And so if we do 10 divided by 100, we do -1. 10 is max. And so if we have 10 divided by 10, that's 1. That would be 0. Yeah, because we're at the end. Yeah, okay, so that's the equation. That is the equation there. Take max, and then we -1 to get the amount of grass to dirt. And I guess I can have different rules for different sets of noise, right? Like I wouldn't necessarily always need to lerp between two noises. In our example of grass, dirt, and stone, that's pretty simple. That's pretty straightforward. But what if I need like ore? You know, ore could just like overwrite any stone, right? You know, if we have a bunch of generation for ore, any values of ore 1 equal 1 or whatever, or maybe greater than 0.9 or something, we would, and that also have stone at that location, because you wouldn't want to put ore in dirt, right? If we're thinking Minecraft, at least. If we're thinking World of Warcraft, I am kind of thinking I want some ore to poke out of the ground, just to make it accessible. Definitely having more ore underground, that makes more sense, I think, to give you a reason to go into the caves and stuff. And like, what kind of, and because we also have the 3D cave noise, so we would subtract out the cave noise in marching cubes as well. It would also be nice to have like a slope bias, yeah. So in my current level, oh god, forgot to clear the PCG. Clear that bad boy, clean up. Yeah, so right now the material I have right here just has a slope thing on it, which is, well, no, this is height actually. This is a height thing, lerping between height, dirt and grass. But this is a slope transform, right? If the slope is higher than, I think, just vertical, 90 degrees, then it turns to stone. So I may want a slope bias, but how would I get slope with just a position? How would I get slope with just a position? I think I remember Sean Murray talking about a way to do that, and he's the guy who did No Man's Sky. If I had the triangle data, I could get the normal. That could be useful information. And I should, I do per vertex normals, right? So I can probably move that forward in the generation process so I can have that at the time of physical material calculation. Let me look up that video real quick.
Hey, so, okay, my mountains.
Next thing that
There we go, this is the one.
So I'm going to be talking about maths, and it's maths that like that or just even one that a bit. Million copies of simplification, but basically, which is probably abandoned that. Mine's the same. That paper, like kind of shape, right? Almost like a sine wave, but it is kind of cohesive and it is fractal, right? So if you take fractional Brownian motion, you put multiple layers of this like noise on top of each other at different amplitudes, and I'm just going to multiple, it's like 1 octave of noise, right? You would start to get something that looked much more mountainous, but I'm just going to go with like multiple, like, I'm embarrassed by this, but this is this graph, and then you just put in an rounded hill to look like this, and sometimes go, my sharp, super, so this,
Here we go, this is what it is.
Use Terrigen or something like that.
Analytical
world builder, you
derivative.
see that kind of thing. This, though, this is the good stuff, right? So this is really important. Anyone who's doing noise and who's not using this, like, you absolutely should, right? So what we want is to have our features change in relation to different octaves of noise. Like that's what happens in the real world. So I'm going to explain a thing, but it's probably really obvious. We have this massive array of voxels, like billions of them, and we are going to generate one voxel. So we're just going to pick an XYZ position somewhere in the universe, and we are going to say, fill in this voxel. And when you do that, you cannot, as part of that equation, you can never query the voxels round about you.
Yeah.
Because if you had to do that, to generate this voxel here, like in this world, to generate this one, you needed to ask this one what was in it. Then that cascades, because to generate that one, you need to ask that one, to generate that one, and it goes on and on and on, and it's an intractable problem, right? So because of that, it's really hard to have erosion, which is what you really want, because in order, it would be simple to have erosion if you knew that when you were generating a voxel, that it was on a mountain, or that it was high up or low down, or that it was perhaps at the bottom of like a lake or something like that, but you can't find that out because you can't ask any of the voxels around you. And it seems like this almost unsolvable problem, and it's a real problem if you're generating caves, or you're generating erosion, or you're generating rivers. What you can get is the derivative. If you had that, then you would know the rate of change of noise at that point. When you have that, you know that you were on a slope, or you're on a flat, or you're trending upwards or downwards.
How do I know
and
that?
if you have that knowledge, and you can return from Perlin noise the analytical derivative, then you're going to be able to have certain features much more prominent on slopes. So you can make them much more noisy or much less noisy. You know, if you were in a desert, then slope.
Okay, let me look at this equation real quick. Modify the amplitude of finer detail octaves based on intermediate output from coarser octaves while summing over them as before creates realistic erosion. But how does this describe slope? I'm n equals noise derivative, which at p is I assume point times frequency. I may need to let me look up the analytical derivative. Okay, Gemini, what do you got for me? The derivative calculated by using a standard differentiation rule. Analytical noise generation. I just need this in relation to noise generation. Yeah, how do I even if I knew how to get the analytical derivative, how do I use them? The derivative of a function gives you the slope at each point of said function. It actually gives you the rate of change, but the two are identical for the first derivative. For instance, if you have function f of x equals x, the derivative would be f to the power of 1 of x equals 1, since the slope of the function is 1 at every point. Can be used to calculate the normals of a function. But it just gives me a number. So what is that number? Okay, I understand it gives me the slope, which is equivalent to a normal, but it's just a scalar, right? So how does that translate into 3D space? Okay, let me see. The slope is the change in y. So if the slope is s and the x difference is 1, then the direction vector is 1s. Okay, so you'd have to do it 3 times? Is that what I'm hearing? To get each component? Yeah, I'm still struggling to understand this, but this is good for slope, right? Can someone just give me the equation so I can understand it better? Analytical derivative of a 3D simplex noise field. Pleasure watching your streams. Currently 2 a.m. Yeah, go to bed, my dude. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. 2 a.m. is quite late, though. I wonder, does this like built in? Is there any analytical derivative type thing that this provides me? I'm gonna guess probably not. I usually go to sleep at 11 in the, wait, in the morning? What are you doing? Get your sleep schedule back on track. Take care of yourself. I used to be there though. It's at one point in my life. So I do get it, but get your sleep schedule back on track. It's important. Go to docs. Basic generators, blends. Coherent noise. Is there anything about a derivative? Sure, we can bookmark that. Nothing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Domain modifiers. Deriv. Domain warp. Deriv. Fractal. Deriv. Modifiers. Operators. Okay, maybe... Oh, that's just like a different... Okay, never mind. Let's just do a search through the code base for derivative. Go to file. So no, nothing for an analytical derivative built in. GLSL code. Okay, cool. God damn, this just sounds so complicated. Bro, this guy is like giga smart. I can already tell. Currently working on a tiling version of 3D simplex noise with rotating gradients as well, and analytical derivatives. I will submit it for a more formal publication shortly. You know when someone's talking about submitting something for formal publication, that they're just like giga-brained. Am I even going to be able to understand... Well, what file did you say it's in? Noise 3D grad? GLSL, okay. S noise. Is that slope then? Dude, why do math programmers... why do they use variable names like this? What the fuck? Seven by 7 points over a square mapped onto an octahedron. P.X. Let's multiplying gradient. Is that modifying gradient? God, I have no idea what that's doing. I thought I'd be able to understand that, but nope. Can you please edit your answer so it can be understood without the link? Can you please edit your answer to help me understand it at all? But maybe no one has sat down and worked it out and published it yet. Is it that complicated? Okay. I mean, I guess it is based off of this thing. .3D Perlin noise analytical derivative. Okay, I didn't realize that this was so mathy. I thought that there was just some simple equation you could apply, but it looks like it's noise equation specific, which I suppose makes sense. Jesus Christ, look at this fucking code. I mean, this is also going to be after I already have the normals. But having the normals like this would be sick. Because I think this would be a more efficient computation of the normals than what I have now. Dude, let's see what Gemini cooks up actually. Okay. Let's do a new chat. Okay. I am working in Unreal Engine C++ and would like to find the analytical derivative of... how do you spell derivative? Derivative, okay. Of open simplex 2s x, y, z value. Alright, Gemini. Thinking. Oh my god, what is this value? That it's what is that character? It is running quite slow. Must be a hard query. Applying a fall-off function based on the distance from the vertex. What? Jesus Christ. This may as well be ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Oh my god, what is this code, man? What is this? Holy shit. The general structure derived above is correct. The specific details of Open Simplex 2S need to be incorporated. Dude, it's talking about lattices and A3 star. Like, what is this, man? Bro, this is taking so long. Does it go faster if I collapse the thoughts, maybe? Damn, this is doing some, like, intense crunching here. I'm very interested to see what... This is so complicated, though, that I don't think I can reliably use whatever the output is. Talking about like making it Unreal Engine-ified. That's cool. Jesus, this is nuts. This is taking several minutes. Used to modify the core evaluation function to calculate and return the derivatives alongside the value. Let's assume you have a working Open Simplex 2S class or namespace. We'll modify its 3D evaluation function. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go full screen here. One thing I like about the Gemini, the AI Studio interface, as opposed to like ChatGPT, is that the code window is wider. Than ChatGPT, I don't know, maybe they've changed this now, but like it used to just be like narrow, and it would be really hard to read the code. My god, and the interface is super laggy, but that's one thing that's not good about the AI Studio interface. Okay, here's the oh, this is pseudocode. Uh-oh. Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to use it anyway. I wonder if this is trained on GitHub data. Like, could I reference a GitHub repository? Good lord, this is taking so long. I'm surprised it's got this kind of length of output, honestly. I have a friend who's a math major. I might send this to him and be like, hey, does this make sense? Okay, so is this the actual... Calculate the vector from vertex to input point. Calculate squared distance. Check influence radius. R2 3D. Not R2D2? Oh, come on. This is saved? Okay, it's saved. Cool. We get the dot product. End loop through vertices. Okay, so wait a second. Loop through all contributed so how does that work then? If I have to loop through the contributing vertices, does the analytical derivative just get like getting the value of the neighboring vertices and then calculating the slope from that? Is that it? Yeah, I mean, I already have the normals now, so I suppose I would use that. This is kind of this is a massive sidetrack. I'm glad that this saves though. Make copy, delete prompt. Oh, I can share. Oh yeah, let's not put my email on screen. Yeah, I might email this to my friend and be like, hey dude, does this make sense? Very interesting. Very interesting. So anyways, this is suffice to say that this is too complicated for me to do right now. Probably not an on-stream thing. So back to just noise, I guess. Back to just noise. I'm thinking through it. Yeah, so a slope bias, that's something I would add in later. Yeah, I guess the best way to start with this is to just start simple and get more complicated here. I think I at least have like the base, the easy part of this figured out. Okay. So we may do that. I actually need to go soon, though. Let me see here. Do I want to get started into other stuff? Yeah, how much do I want to get into this before I have to go? I need food too. Oh man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get off here. I gotta feed the dogs, I gotta feed myself. I really want to get into this though. God. That's gonna be cool stuff. Let's see. Is there anyone to raid? Following. It doesn't look, I don't have anyone on that I know. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, well I guess I'm just hopping off then. Nice 4.5 hour stream. We got some stuff figured out. We got the noise implemented. That was my main goal for today, getting the noise library implemented, and we have our debug view of it, so we can play around with it and see what the different noises look like. Now I guess I'll need to get into actually applying the noises in the way that I want to, and I have a base level of that figured out. So probably what I'll get into next time. Maybe I'll be done with it by the time I stream next, but we'll see. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with me today. I hope you all have a happy rest of your Sunday. And